Supposedly, crafted mythics are back on the table, baby. Supposedly, crafted mythics are back on the table, baby. Yo, thank you very much, Diab. Oh, how many of the turn stuff into uniques do I have? I have a bunch of those. So let's get a bunch of rings. Let's try to get a mythic Pelgain. I think a mythic Pelgain is actually pretty huge. What up, Blenda? How we doing? What's good, Sniper? Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all being here. A mythic Crown of Lucian would also be very good. A mythic Crown of Lucian would be very, very good, actually, now that I think about it. Where were we at? I guess I should do an escalator. All right, let's just mess around for a little bit. Let's just remember how to play the game, and then we'll figure out how we want to spend all of our resources and, you know, go nutty mode. I can also generate a bunch of uniques this way. I forgot. I should probably do that, but, you know, we'll figure it out. Oh, you can also 3-to-1 mythics. Oh, there's so many things you can do. Huh. We should also try to get keys whenever possible. Okay, let's do some... Oh, I wonder if mythics would ever come out of here. How crazy would that be? Vagabond's orders. That's a cool little weapon. It's not a good enough little weapon, but it's a cool little weapon. Ooh. Oh, shit. That is a very cool little weapon. Damn. I'll be buying that ring. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Put that in there. Boss summoning cat. Oh, I should probably just pop bosses, right? Because I don't really need salvage materials. Should I just be looking for... What's an augment? Gem fragments, sure. Runes, sure. I wonder if we have data on how often these come up. Like, what's the likelihood? I don't know. Oh, we need to go get some. Do I have some? Oh yeah, brother. How many keys do you get? Two. Huh. So you get 2 and 1. 2 and 1. 2 and 1. 2 and 1. 3 keys per is not bad, honestly. What do you get from Augment Cash? Some Coolian Prisms. Okay. Coolian, Chromatic, Aggressive. Okay. Master working. Why did I buy any master working? Why did I ever buy these? And from salvage. Okay. Yo, what up, Fries? How we doing? Thank you for the birthday wishes. How old are we? 36. Thank you very much, Miller. Not for the console yet? Oh, it should be coming soon, though, right? Legion, World Boss. Okay, you have time. Let's pop these and see what we get. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to all of you. On this, the day of my birth. Happy birthday to everybody, you know? Yo, Schmitty, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Schmitty says, Mac, happy birthday. I don't play your class anymore, but I've learned so much about the game and how to be a better build prep from listening to cheers from a fellow Austinite. Thank you very much, Schmitty. I appreciate the support, man. And thanks for hanging out, even when you don't care about the classes I'm playing. I guess that's what they call community or something? I guess. Checked updates, found nothing, but tried to open the game, took me straight to the download. So if you don't see it, maybe try opening the game. Oh! Yeah, maybe try opening the game. Maybe you have to launch the game to instigate it. So if you've been waiting before clicking that, maybe check that out. Look, I wasn't going to call you out for saying Bostonite. I wasn't going to do that to somebody who was trying to be in community with me. But I'm glad somebody said it. You got a vasectomy for my birthday, homie. I'm looking forward to getting a vasectomy. No babies for me, please. No babs. Yo, thank you very much, Ben. We got fellow Bostonites. We got fellow New Englanders. Shouts to New England. New England's such a dope fucking part of the country. Bostonite, yeah, Bostonite is actually the it's what you do to turn your mythic into a giant piece of crap. Sponsored by Duncan. Wasn't too awful. Yeah, how's the recovery time? It's like a few weeks, right? Where you're not like supposed to. You're not supposed to like bend to that part of your body because logical reasons. Ms. Blue Sky, thank you. Sorry, Miss Blue Sky, thank you very much for the follow. Hello, welcome on in. What up, Jarastax? Thank you very much, friend. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. We got a new patch that supposedly saves this season. All of the haters screaming that nobody plays this game anymore are in shambles on Reddit. People continue to pretend like they can properly poll the population of people who engage with Diablo 4 from the statistics on Steam, disregarding the fact that they're actually two completely different gaming populations with completely different motivators and completely different factors that go into their decision making when utilizing the platform. People seem to forget the fact that people on Steam see their entire video game library every time that they go to play Diablo 4, versus on Battle.net where they see the 3 other Blizzard games they already play and they already have time to set up to play them. So, or they completely ignore and haven't installed. But Reddit's in shambles. Believers, diamond handers are reaping the benefits. And yeah, I really appreciate the communication that came out from the team as well, not only about why and what, but also what they're thinking of doing in the future. I think that's really good. We were asking for that kind of communication. I am not one of these doomers that says too little, too late. I would rather positively reinforce the behavior than pretend like I am too good to enjoy the video game I wanted to be enjoying this whole time. 48 hours chill but light activity for a week or so. That makes sense. Sucks for your pally? Well, I mean, go farm new stuff and retake your throne, King. Which build do you recommend for Necromancer? So the go-to right now is like Blood Wave or a minion build. Also, I'm hearing tell that something was secretly changed, and I'll be looking into it today, as it proceeds to a sub-theme the Necromancer has. A friend plays on PC and you play on Xbox, keep getting Camp Party because we're in different versions. Both their games are completely updated. They have turned off crossplay while they were deploying this new patch, and once everything is fully deployed, crossplay will be turned back on. It was part of the communications that we received. If you read the blue posts, you could go check it out for yourself. Yo, thank you very much, Phantom. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Int barrier gen. Oh, no. Was the future plans in a blue post or a blog? No blogs came out. But the future plan was about whether or not they would be reinstating the crafted limit for things coming out of the cube explicitly from the upgrade mythic. In that they were going to be changing the upgrade mythic to be, you take your unique and you upgrade it to the mythic version of that unique at some point next season, I believe. So I should be hitting rings. Yes. I'm going to take this and randomly upgrade it into a mythic. And we're going to get Omen of Pain sack. Samborn, thank you very much for the $10 super chat on YouTube. Happy birthday, Mac. Cheers to another year of you giving us great analysis and entertainment. Appreciate that you approach things in such a level-headed way to help the community. I appreciate y'all being here, man. Thank you very much. It is quite literally the reason why I am able to do it. I cannot stress that enough. This doesn't happen if people aren't here. And it really, really means the world to me, so thank you for supporting that. It's like my world. It's quite literally my world exists in the state that it does because, you know, we're here doing this damn thing. So, thank you. If not, I would still probably be part of the community. It'd probably still be speedrunning Diablo 2 or just, you know, making like whatever off build guides while working in the heart-crushingly dystopian environment that is the American healthcare system. So I mean it from the deepest and most loving part of my heart. Thank you all.
I'm not ready yet.
Not to be overly emotional about it, but it is something that I am reminded of every day. It's also just like, I don't know, it's one of the purest forms of like real democracy happening in the hands of people. Like what content I'm already, oh my god. Like what content you consume determines directly where the money that is available from advertisements goes. Those people can then support making that content. You know, when it's a TV program, it gets made, and if people watch it, sure, like the network makes money, but you don't really get to like have a say in that, right? It's just like raw corporate interests get to have a say in it. But when you support something like an indie developer of content like Propout, or you quite literally just put eyes on my content here, and then YouTube and Google gives me ad revenue, I can then go make that stuff. And in making that stuff, you then get to watch the stuff that you want. I have not been properly attributing when we think about democracy, we think about politics. But that's not. Democracy is an approach to a political system, but it is people deciding ultimately what is and is not in the universe around them. And that's not something I'd really considered until very recently. And it is interesting to realize 7 years into having a career what the primary driving factor is, and it is people deciding that this is something that is worth perpetuating. And that's just very cool to me.
I need more time.
Yeah, you just like, yes, you tuning into a TV show made ratings and made revenue. Yes, it's ultimately a very similar thing, but we're talking about a scale, and we're talking about like at a scale where real people aren't involved anymore. Not really. But this is like farm to table, organic, homegrown, full GMO. Just people deciding, you know, hey, every once in a while I want to be able to boot up YouTube and I want to see this guy fucking do math about a video game. That's pretty cool. Yo, what up, Trail? Can something be organic and full GMO? Yes. So we have started to use, people wanting to sell you on the idea of purity of food started saying non-GMO to make something better. It's a typical fallacy. It is the like calling to the, what is it, like calling to ancient wisdom, calling to ancient authority. But genetically modifying an organism can both be done chemically at the point of like the, you know, the seed becoming viable. It also can just occur naturally over an extent of time of intentionally selecting for traits. This is still a genetic modification of the strain. You can also splice together plants. You can also introduce particular bacteria into plants, which can genetically change them. None of these are non-GM, or none of these are non-organic, and all of them are still genetically modifying the plant. But we want it to be scary, and when we say genetic modification, it must be a chemical being pumped into the genome. When in reality, it is actually the pumping in of a thing which catalyzes the introduction of a DNA strand into another DNA strand, and also the enzymes required to do that. Or the proteins required to do that. Yeah, no, an enzyme. Yes, an enzyme. But if I'm not mistaken, when something is organic, it actually relates to just the process of the growing of the crop. Also, organic is nothing. And is also just bullshit. But we have been genetically modifying the like the species lines of our crops since the first time that we planted crops, and then we took the seeds from specific crops and not from other ones.
Happy birthday, MBB.
We like quite literally killed entire genetic strains of crops by choosing to not allow them to propagate. But organic relates to like the use of particular classes of pesticides or the lack thereof. It is like in the treatment of the soil or lack thereof. And it's also just, and I can't stress this enough, all just fucking bullshit. GMOs are not bad. Organic is nothing. But, you know, fucking pay your extra money for the sticker on the package and the greener tones in the labeling, whatever makes you the happiest, right? You're an adult, you can spend your money. Not you, I'm talking to the royal you here. But yeah. Like, we didn't chemically change the banana so that the banana that we're currently eating is a banana that never lived in the United States, and also the original banana doesn't exist anymore. We just chose to grow one banana over another and didn't allow that other banana to grow by taking all the land within which that banana was growing and converting it over to a different strain of that banana. And I cannot stress enough, y'all. GMO isn't bad. It's just a scarier way of saying what we have been doing the whole time that we've been growing crops. So like the grand irony of everything is that something can be scary within a context because we are not knowledgeable enough to put together the totality of contexts. But the reason why people generally feel safe buying products and consuming them is because there's a general idea that there are regulations in place that stop companies from selling us poison. That's why you feel comfortable buying groceries at a store at all. So if GMO products like chemically catalyzed GMO products, remembering that all things are chemicals. That's another just very big fucking dumbass bullshit thing that's like, oh, there's chemicals in this. I'm like, bitch. There's chemicals, existence is chemicals. Existence is the raw interaction between various chemicals. But that's fine, that's whatever. There's this like belief that regulations are the reason why it's safe for you to eat food. So for GMO products to be unsafe to you, and this one guy who happens to be physically fit, and ignore the fact that, you know, he was just raised super affluent and had all of the opportunities and the free time to just go work out every day, and that's why they're physically fit, not some secret food conspiracy cabal. The idea that the same places where you can trust that you can buy food because they're safe also sells the things that are actually so harmful for you that they're effectively poison, and they're allowed to sell them next to each other on the same shelf, and that dissonance doesn't penetrate. Why would they be able to sell you poison right next to the not poison? Why would we be able to sell poison at all? End of statement. You know, things will say like, oh, these are hormone-free chicken. Did you know that it's illegal to enhance the chicken product via hormone treatments in the United States? You can't buy hormoned chicken. There isn't hormoned chicken for you to buy. It's just all just very challenging. Mom said chemtrails. Fuck yeah, brother. Your mom kicks ass. I'm a big fan of your mom. Am I referring to BJ? I don't know what a BJ is. You're not. That's okay. Your mom needs a fan. I'm a fan of your mom. I just don't want to shit on your mom. I don't know your mom. Chemtrails is a fucking good one. They're actually getting us. They're turning the frogs gay. Would it be so bad if we turned the frogs gay? Like, what's wrong with gay frogs? Hermits existed this entire time, and if you don't think Miss Piggy isn't a fucking beard, I got some news for you. That's a gay ass frog. Oh, thank you, Dread. We shouldn't make all the frogs gay. No, I'm actually here for the gay agenda.
I need more time.
I'm actually here for the forceful transition of all frogs to gay, and to be trans Olympic athletes. Actually, I'm the radical fox I want you to be afraid of. You may not want to turn the frogs gay, but I do. Hi, I'm MacroBioBoi, and I'm running for president. Yeah, I actually have an anti-frog agenda and platform. I'm part of MPAC. It's the mosquito pack. I'm deep in the funding of MPAC. I'm deep in the pockets of Big Mosquito. We don't talk enough about Big Mosquito. And I think that's due to the propaganda coming out of FPAC. The Frog Pack. Didn't Jurassic Park teach us that if all frogs are gay, one will become trans? I think that's like the major takeaway from Jurassic Park, actually. Yeah. I think that was like a big takeaway from Jurassic Park. Was that one of the frogs will do their duty. Bloodbinder. Resource cost reduction is kind of cool, actually. Turning all the frogs gay. Project Seal. Are you my blood one? No. Are you my blood one? No. Are you my blood one? No. Are you my blood one? You are. Blood skill damage cooldown reduction versus blood skill damage resource cost reduction. I think these are actually both important, which looks nice. It can fit. That's what he said. Man, remember when we turned all the frogs gay? That really inspired me. You know, they always ask you, like, at what point did you radicalize? And I think it was at the point that they turned all the frogs gay, actually. I think right when they turned all the frogs gay is when I radicalized. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but sometimes it has to be. Alrighty, y'all. We must investigate. Supposedly. This is supposedly. This is coming out of the Big Gay Frog agenda. What's that? Supposedly. This now stat. What up, Amendoza? Thank you very much. That the frogs weren't already gay. Maybe they are just more open about it now due to more accepting frog society. So that's a big thing. Frog society plays a big part. Yeah, we actually don't know a lot about frog society at the end of the day. And I think it's a little presumptuous for us to assume otherwise, first and foremost. I don't like that. I don't like approaching the world from an assumption based off of nothing. But not only that, prove to me the frogs aren't gay. If you can prove to me the frogs aren't gay, then okay. That's what I always say. That I always say, if you could prove to me that they're not gay, then I say okay. Is a seasonal mechanic now worth doing in the pit? Not sure if the patches made it worth. No, nothing really changed about that. I think it's hilarious that it's in the pit at all. I truly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I have no idea why it's in there. Supposedly, desecrated ground now stacks. Okay, so we do this. Disable player variants. How would I cast this faster? What's the bone skill resource? Bone. Okay. Thank you very much, Mavericks. Say desecrated ground stacks, supposedly. This is not in the patch. So you will not find it there. It sure does. Oh. What made a little corpse? Oh, I need to take this off.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Happy birthday.
Yo, thank you very much, Nana. Appreciate you. What build are we doing? Lord Sara made me aware that desecrated ground stacks now. So we are investigating that.
I'm low on essence. I lack the required essence.
Hmm. Oh, this is no longer a bone skill. Fudge me right in the fudge. That really sucks. Yo, what up, blood? Oh, it's essence regeneration. Oh, I just don't have it. Helm. Ugh.
I'm low on essence.
$8.33. How long does this last? $11, $12. Okay. What up, Cap? Do you have any advice for Eternal Realm Mythic farming now since patch only buffed the seasonal boss drop rates? I have no idea. Belial. Belial would be the best drop source of mythics, I believe. Have unlimited mythics? Thank you. I'll try my best. Willpower. Is there enough willpower around here? Actually isn't. Where is there enough willpower?
Happy birthday.
Yo, Dwayne, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Happy birthday to you as well. Okay. 1179. $16, $16, $16. 1179. Calc. 16 divided by 1179. That's 37. Equal to this divided by 1.2. That's 14. So that accounts for both multis and the slight bit of additive. Okay. Hey, you had your birthday last month, didn't you? No. Always been July. At least 36 times it has been. Okay. So the big thing to figure out for me is what is the multi here? that was 380 versus 1179. 1179 calc. 1179 divided by 380 is a total of a 310. So that's exactly what we expect. So this calcs the essence cost. So this should be increasing my damage by 4. It's only increasing my damage by 3.1 because it costs 30 essence to cast. Because it costs 30 essence to cast, it reduces my current total down to 70. 70 by 3 is 210, which is 310, which is the multi that we get. So resource cost reduction should modify this outcome. So now it is 1179. This is a hard code? The calc here is essence minus 30 multiplied by 3 rather than checking the variable essence cost? Fucking what? This can't be true. Let's rerun the math. Let's make sure I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay. So we have base Bone Spirit. Base Bone Spirit does 380 damage. The core skill upgrade makes it do 1179. 1179 divided by 380 to determine the effective multiplier was 3.1. The reason why it would be 3.1, because what it should be is it should be 380 multiplied by 4, because we have 100 resource multiplied by 3 plus 1 is 4. We don't get that number. The reason why we don't get that number is because it is 70 multiplied by 3, which is 210, and then it is 380 multiplied by 3.1. Or sorry, multiplied by 3.1, we get to 1179. Putting on resource cost reduction should reduce the cost. Let me load back into the area. Might be a snapshotting issue. Does it stack on new instances? Does it stack? It does not. It's, oh, I understand what you're asking. I do not believe it is per instance. We can double check that, but it should not work that way. So we're here, we're attacking, we have this, we have a resource cost of 24, we do. Oh, I need to turn off damage variance. I was like, what is happening? And we do 1179. Okay. So that's a bug. Is this for all bone spirits? Let's see. don't crit. We did 2174. We did 6741. Just see that again. 6741. 6741. Yo, thank you very much, Jinxer. I appreciate that. Divided by 2174. It's at 3.1 multi. Okay. Okay. Bug reports. Okie dokie. Bug reporting. Bone Spirit. Core skill upgrade. With resource cost reduction. Bug. The equation to determine the multiplier from this upgrade appears to follow. Current resource is 30. Upgrade. Multiplied by 3% equals final multi, which causes it to ignore resource cost reductions. Impact on the current cost of the skill when cast. Example. So 9.2, 12.5 with 21.7% resource cost reduction. My bone spirit costs 24 essence on tooltip. The damage of the skill without this upgrade is 2174. With the upgrade is 6741. 6741 divided by 2174 equals 3.1 for a 210% multiplier, which is equal to 70 current cents. Cast multiplied by 3% as opposed to my 76 current cents when cast. Be hard-coded as opposed to checking the variable state of essence cost of the skill, and as such the current essence when the consumption and damage scaling occurs. Thank you very much, Arigato. Okay, here we go. Bug report. Nice. What build is next? We're looking at Desecrated Ground, because apparently it stacks now. Yo, thank you very much, Keith. Thank you, Miguel. Okay. The resource cost reduction does nothing, although, that is a very small contributor to the overall damage, but it is scamming you out of damage. Now then. See how this works with the damage over time. What up, Jordan? Thank you very much, friend. I appreciate that sentiment. So... Yo, thank you very much, Chronic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You think a Blood Skeleton Mage variant would make sense? Would it make sense? Sure. Why haven't they included one? That's a great question. I don't know. So, the idea is that there's just a dick ton of scaling, right? But how Is this better than regular Bone Spirit? The Darkness Charm's better than the Bone Charms? The idea is that Bloodless Scream is just very powerful. It's your birthday as well? Happy birthday, friend. It... $50, $200, so it's a 1.5 and a 3. So the 4.5. Also, you can fit this regardless. So 1.3 and a 3.25. 3.25 multiplied by 1.3 is a 4.25. This is a 4.5. You can fit this on regardless. So this is a 0.175 if you take it at face value. And we're really only talking like strictly for pushing, right? This is the only place where that's actually a 0.75. Even then not. Let's say 20 seconds max. So it's, you know, 2/3. So it's a 1.5 and a 1.75. You lose 1.5 on the crit multi. You lose out on being able to run Bone Storm. How is this stronger? So it's like Bloodless Scream. What am I missing? What up, damn? Yeah, Sora was telling me about it. Damn, just like very quickly, help me understand. How does this do more damage than a variant Bone Spirit? Just got a phone call right after you posted in case you missed anything. I just said happy birthday. Common sense understanding correct that if you have a 100% chance to critically strike isn't worth any more than a 1.2 aspect? Correct. Yeah, Grandfather's generally pretty bad except on the Barbarian. Simply more multis? Where? Because, like, just losing Critical Strike alone negates most of the multis that I'm thinking about. What was the question, Blue Sky? Do you have any... No. Did Miss Blue Sky ask a question? Which build do you recommend for Necromancer? Tried minions, but you want to try something else? Yours looks fun. This isn't a build so much. This is me testing mechanics. You could play Bone Spirit, and you could play Bloodwave, are both really good builds. I wasn't even talking about Astral Bone Spirit. I was talking about just fucking Bone Spirit. So this is base 250% damage, but over 6 seconds. Without this is base 240% damage per attack. I guess Shadow. Oh, Desecrated Ground gets you a 120%. Sure. So 120% versus, like, what's the highest bone? Highest bone is at 2x. Let's go 1.7, right? So 1.7, so 2.2 divided by 1.7. It's only a 30% increase. So if we take the difference in what is typical, 1.2 divided by 1.1, which is a 10%. So it's 1.294 divided by 1.1, just straight out. It's a 17%. We still haven't hit the 1.5. So then let's look at corrupting. 1.85 versus 1.7. We're getting closer. Planet Harmony, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Shadow. There are the utility aspects. It says garbage lucky hit chance. So it's not that, but we could do darkness. Darkness has utility aspect. Oh. 1.25. That's actually kind of big. You can put that on amulet. Okay. Hate to create work for you, but the skill tree, progression, equipment, stats, power gun don't seem to be loading on your minion warlock leveling guide. That's fun. Oh. How is that possible? 12.5% attack speed or 10% crit chance? Ducks or oranges? I would go with ducks. What is the question, Nana? I do hope that you understand that there's no way for me to parse what this question could possibly relate to. The build guide sure is here. Huh. Let's extant. Let's go see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Minion Warlock. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Leveling guy. Let's do some stuff. Let's pick some embeds. What happened here? Huh. I don't know what happened, but well, I'll get it fixed. Let's hope that fixes it. Yeah, no, they're not loading here either. I don't know what the deal was. Let me see if that fixed it. For fun plans for the weekend? I do. We are going to do an escape room. Give that a few minutes for the website to update the cache, and then let me know if that's still a problem, please. Oh, I also just remembered, sorry. I have to, sorry. Class overview. Sorry, I have to go check something else. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. Be personally curious, what makes you enjoy D4 over other ARPGs like PoE, PoE 2, LE? Where did you come to the conclusion that I enjoy it over those other ARPGs? No, thank you for bringing that to my attention, Flip. What are you working on right now? We're looking at Desecrated Ground, because apparently it stacks when previously it didn't. I do have an answer for you, Mute, but I'm wondering why we have come to a conclusion. Because it's my job. I mean, that is one of the major motivators, right? People want to watch Diablo content that I create, and to create other content makes me less successful in being able to make money and also like continue to grow my business, first and foremost. That being said, though, at least for the first three, like for the release and for the first three major patches, I also covered Path of Exile 2 and covered build guides and like farming efficiency theory and looking into like more niche systems. I just haven't had time to play Path of Exile 2. I finally clicked with Path of Exile 1 during Settlers of Kalgur. I just didn't have a lot of time to then play that season. And I haven't played 0.5 of PoE 2, but before then, the major thing I didn't like about Path of Exile 2 is that I don't just like mapping for the sake of wealth accrual. And I feel like one of the major contributors to my burnout with Path of Exile so quickly is that the game is balanced towards trade explicitly. That is not how players engage with it, that is how the developers develop it. So you are meant to trade realistically to maintain the majority of your gear progression. And I do not like that. And I also don't really enjoy the systems that lead you to being able to do the pinnacle content. But I enjoy the combat in general. I enjoy the gameplay in general. And I enjoy the game in general. I actually very much like Path of Exile 2. I don't really like Last Epoch. Just never really clicked with me. I had a lot of fun playing like a Minion Reaper build. Or a Spectre build. I had a lot of fun with that. I don't like the story. I get the crafting. It's not my bag. And it's just like unpolished to me. And now that it's not an indie darling and is instead like a megacorp that bought it out to like shell it for money, I'm a little bit less inclined. One of my turnoffs for Path of Exile 2 is that I really like Mark. I think Mark kicks ass. What I've seen of Jonathan and what I've seen of a lot of the people that engage with Path of Exile, I think need to get their heads out of their asses and stop pretending like being a PoE fanboy is a personality. And the superiority complex is fucking grossly immature. Like to the point where it makes me feel sad for these people. So outside of all of that, I really, really like a lot about the games that they have created, and I think they're very impressive. I do just like playing Diablo games more than the other games. I generally like the combat more. I generally like the progression more. I generally like that they look better. And this isn't... I also just hate the tribalism one way or the other. Like, I think it is a completely logical thing for you to ask me, why do you like this game over other games in the genre? That's a logical question. The thing at the root of that question, I despise, and I would like all of us to stop participating in it because I think it is to the benefit of nothing and no one. And this is why you have now heard me popularize saying, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Why the fuck do you think I care about that? Because who cares? Seriously. Like, in a very serious way. It doesn't matter. It's a video game. It's a video game. Being in the same genre. So there's like a lot of things. Because like I'm not being like intentionally ambiguous or disingenuous here. It is normal to think that because we can compare, we should compare. But we shouldn't, and it sucks. It is like, it is not stupid, it is not illogical, it is not weird, it is not out of the norm. Just like death isn't. But we shouldn't seek either. That's where I'm at. So... Sorry, I have to do some very quick write-ups. Yo, right meow. Thank you very much for the gay agenda. Thank you for the 5 gay agendas. Liking mint chocolate chip makes you weird. Welcome to being weird. You got all your mythics and you finally did T12 Lilith and Mephisto? Fuck yeah, Big Ben. Basic skills. Power. A number of unique build styles. All but and able specific acts like eviscerate X. Technology. Each or skill allows you to fully customize skill tags and damage types. They do. This helps to utilize completely different shard and fragment setup. Which variant you select. The core skill. It's a level. Planet Harmony, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Yo, what up, Aaron?
You're a real one.
Bro doesn't know D4 bad. I know. People don't grasp the distinction between healthy competition within a genre and unhelpful elite tribalism, for sure. Here's the other very fun part. There actually is no competition in the genre between Diablo 4 and its competitors. But, like, people just refuse to accept that. And I don't mean it's, like, dominating in that everybody loves it over everything else. I mean, quite frankly, the player base of Diablo 4 is so heinously massive that the relative population size of anybody who would choose to play a different one instead of Diablo 4, like, how do I describe this? There is no competition. There are people who only play the game that they like. There are people who play multiple games. There are people who would choose to play one game in spite of another game. The number of people who fall into this last grouping is so size-wise small in comparison to the amount of people who play Diablo 4 that it literally doesn't matter. People attribute Twitch and YouTube viewership to player base engagement. The people who watch ARPG content tend to be the people who fall into play multiple games or only watch their game's content. And there's only so many minutes of attention on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. And none of this has to do with the amount of people playing the games, even vaguely. So there actually isn't any competition. Like, there isn't another ARPG that is killing Diablo 4. And vice versa. On those areas I mentioned, it's only been 10 minutes though, so maybe more time. No, it should be fixed, Flip. I'm actually not sure what's going on. Give me a few minutes, please. And we will take a look. Sorry, I'm trying to do something I realized I didn't do previously and need to do. Did we get a patch today? Yes. You're on, yes. Yep. Defensive skills. Defensive skills. Enemies or the sacrifice of your own demons to empower. They follow the 3 primary themes of the class. Oops, all demons. Fire and brimstone. Or shadowy abyss manipulation. What skills? Each primary theme. The warlock. There is an ultimate skill to empower it further. Massive occult. So apocalypse bombs. Massive Badon. Terrifying Terror Swarm. Morphosis. Orders that okay. So that's all there. Got that. Great. Build guides. Why is my leveling guide not loading? I'm gonna have to send this in internally to our web dev boys. Showing failed to load profile. Place the embeds with the embed links after 10 minutes. It's still loading. So there you go. Well, there's that. So I'm going to send that into my team. The internal boys. And also, here is the planner. You can just use the planner. There you go. Sorry, we've just been doing nothing for a while. Had to do some stuff behind the scenes. Yo, thank you very much, Razagul. What up, dropping? You're gonna yap at me about D2R builds? You can ask me questions about D2R. The fire is up in Canada? Yeah, dude. First off, I hope everybody is safe up in Canada. We are currently enveloped in that smoke. It has just looked like the apocalypse outside. When another entry in the space can make God bleed, though? Sure, yeah. Was Overwatch God in the team-based? Team Fortress 2 was God, but sure. I don't know what kind of coverage it got, though. Overwatch almost certainly surpassed it in viewership, probably. But, like, Overwatch was not the god of that arena. TF2 was. PoE isn't taking enough players from Diablo, therefore it's not competition. PoE isn't taking players from Diablo. Diablo 4 isn't taking players from PoE. That is the misunderstanding of the population of players that participate in the ARPG space. Uses ice cream cross synergies plus the cold armor skills. That's your idea? Okay.
Here's a B-Day shot for Yao Mac. Happy birthday to the GOAT.
Thank you very much, Raven. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the 1,000 biddies, and also the funniest little thing that cow way back in the day got me to add to the soundboard. Thank you very much, Raven. A cold sork with beast on swap that uses ice rune word and maxes frost nova synergies. Frost nova does baby doo-doo damage. I think you will have a bad time. You can do this thing. I think it'll be like a P1 stomper. And the cold armor also isn't really going to do much of anything. The monsters then freeze. So it's like, they've hit me one time. But you can absolutely do this thing. Frost Nova just does effectively negative damage. It doesn't really actually have enough support for it because unlike the other skill trees, Cold's benefit is that it gets Cold Mastery. When you have enough negative res on your character where the Cold Mastery benefit is very low or nominal, you realize that without a damage enhancing synergy, all cold spells do like 4x less damage than their counterparts for raw damage. And Frost Nova, without the base damage scaling and without good enough synergies, just doesn't do enough. Especially if you're not proactively casting it, multiple times per second. Okay, so if we just assume it's like, this is just good, and the answer is multis, then I just don't know how that's true. Lidless Wall exists! Like, Lidless Wall alone is like a stronger multi than the Desecrated Ground multi. Bloodless Scream gets undone by not critting, bare minimum, and damage over time are equal multis to crit multi, I guess. That's fine. It does very slightly more damage per cast. It's just dot damage. The shadow set just sucks, but that's kind of okay. Do you use Bloodless Scream? You use Bloodless Scream and then you run the corpse set. This automates your cursing. What ult do you run? Do you run an ult? Do you still just run Bone Storm? You love dot builds on Necro, are they in a bad place right now? Dots in general are in a bad place, but Bone Spirit's Desecrated Ground apparently stacks, so it's not in a bad place. But the rest of them do suck. There's also really only one other dot. Like, there's Corpse Explosion, but Corpse Explosion also sucks. So there's really only one other dot skill, and it's Blight, and Blight sucks. So still gets the from Ultimate Shadow. No fucking way, dude. No fucking shot, dude. Do they... Hold on. Cállate. They don't do the dot damage. 207. Okay. Yo, Psychosa, thank you very much. This is cap 1 attack speed? Is Bone Prison also cap 1 attack speed? That's fun. Isn't that fun, everybody? Everybody, aren't we all having a very good time? I am at 70. This brings me to 120. This brought me to 151, because this brought me to cap 1. What aspects am I using and how many are low damage benefit? I'm not using any aspects. You're not looking at a build currently. You're looking at me testing mechanics. So I am a little bit confused by the question. Can you help me to better understand the question? Brody. Dude, I come to the fucking class for one goddamn day. Bone, storms, bones. A variant is cap 1 attack speed, despite of the tooltip. Cap 2 cast speed. Alright, damn. Before I get too deep, what else do you got? So I can both get it reported, but also, like, not waste my time. Also, thank you for sharing your knowledge. Did you say that Bone Spirit dot is stacking now? I did. I'll continue to say that being told to wait gives me nothing but anxiety. It makes me feel bad. Nobody likes being put into a state of increased tension for the purposes of empowering a question that they are then asked. In terms of scaling Bone Spirit's Desiccated Ground? Right, I don't have a build put together and I'm not wearing any aspects. Thank you, Raven. Picked up a 4GA unique chest item in my inventory instead of a 3GA Nas. This isn't the first time this season this kind of thing has happened, but this time it was really apparent. I am confused by what you were saying, Donkey Dan. I get that, Raven. Most people don't intend for that, right? generally wait gets... So here's the issue with, like, the use of wait. Wait is a command. That is the function of wait. Wait is meant to let you know, typically, that instead of doing what you're doing, you should stop. Because there is something to either be concerned about, fearful of, or in the way that it gets used when somebody hears information and then wants to ask a question, it's also this weird self-deprecating thing where wait indicates that you were previously ignorant of information and you're looking to clarify it. But the reason why it's a very effective tool is because wait is a command of concern. So it's this very, very slight social manipulative action, which is why we try to soften it by it being self-deprecating. But it is a demand of attention based on the innate, like, lizard brain fear of something dangerous might be in front of me. And we have colloquialized it for this use case. But it does just instigate a moment of fear in the receiver. And it stinks. And nobody means it maliciously. It's just how it has been colloquialized. But it just sucks that we're, like, kind of like walking around instigating anxiety in people for moments to learn things. When, without it, unless that person is, like, choosing to ignore you, they would still answer your question. It's one of the many little things that nobody thinks about, because why would you? It's just very common. But, like, it does suck. Like, it sucks when it happens. Like, nobody likes it. And I think that if we all just recognize that nobody likes this, then we wouldn't have to keep experiencing it. Blood Prison doesn't work with Path of Trigul. It shoots the splinters away from the target. I think Bacterial was saying that as well, and that wasn't exactly what was happening. But yeah, there's a weirdness to it. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else entirely. What was I thinking of? So here's the thing. That isn't Path of Trigul not working. It's actually Path of Trigul working exactly how you would like it to work. Because the purpose of the Bone Prison with the blood variant is to safeguard you by keeping monsters out. And since you're supposed to be within it and monsters are supposed to be outside of it, you would want them to shoot outside as well. With the issue being that a common combat scenario for the Necromancer is never to actually be away from monsters and instead to stand next to monsters. So then this doesn't serve its use case for us, because there is this idea that the Necromancer is a range caster, and we just have never been, other than Bone Spear. Adding skill ranks from gear charms Vex yields higher damage coefficient increase than manually adding skill ranks in the skill tree. That is just a tooltip bug for variants of skills. That's seen across the board. The tooltip shows a higher scaling of the variant damage for skill ranks beyond 15, but it doesn't actually increase skill damage. Have you actually shown it to do more damage for any skill? Because I don't believe that it actually does. Yeah. Yeah. That has been an issue across skills across the board. The variant shows a greater, so like Apocalypse's damage on the variant becomes like 47,000 weapon damage scaling, and oddly enough, it does not do 47,000 weapon damage scaling. But we've kind of seen that across the board. But if you do ever show it to scale higher than that, like, please let me know. But thank you very much, Puff. Okay. So now the question is, generate the resource per cast, and then just put a bunch of things. Well, no, my question is, which set do you use? That's my next question, right? Does this automate enough where it matters? The 2-piece bonus does not work well with Gloom Ward. Gloom Ward? That's a fun inclusion. Just very casually dropping Gloom Ward. Oh, thank you very much. Much love. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ishmael. It's a 2x multi. So this is assuming that every damage instance that would trigger Gloom Ward is only the dot damage of the desecration and is not the inherent damage of the bone spirit. How often is that true? We should be casting like 3 times per second. I'm like positive. Wait, you said as a charm? Not even as like a mythic unique? As a charm. So the... Because we gotta be hitting like 3 times per second, right? So it goes... It... Okay. Let's assume it's best case scenario, and the only shadow damage you're dealing to the target is from the dot of the desecrated ground. Okay, so hold on real quick.
I'm out of essence.
Okay, so hold on. Hold, please. What are these? But they don't do cold damage, so that's okay. Okay. I don't know why I'm now doing more damage. Let me make sure that damage variance is turned off. Also, get rid of this. Why am I doing different amounts of damage? What is happening? Why am I doing different amounts of damage? Enemy takes up to, based on how chill they are. Oh, fun. Ah. Okay. Desecrated ground deals bonus damage. That's fine. Cold damage deals increased damage. Damage. Okay. Five, 6, 6, 3. So we go. Let that wear off. How are we doing, Liquid? Okay. So. Okay, so it appears to be per desecrated ground. Oh. Alright, hold on. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm gonna run ads real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. We're gonna come back and I'm gonna try to math this out. Gloom Ward sounds fucking crazy to me. But we're gonna try to figure it out. We will be right back. Don't go nowhere. Thank you for hanging out on my birthday. We're looking at this. I have returned. What up, Liquid? Your birthday was yesterday? Hell yeah, brother. Happy birth. So. Yours was Wednesday? Happy birthday, boo-boo. Rob just hit 150 on Barb. Damn. Probably nerf the character that can equip 12 mythics, huh? Probably equipping a mythic in every slot is probably a little bit too strong. How many mythics you got on that bad boy? I could probably go look, right? Actually, now that I think about it. Hi, beautiful. Hi, mama. Hello. Can you come? Oh, you sick? Yep. Get your bed? Yes. Good job, mama. Everybody, my beautiful baby is here. My wonderful, sweet, beautiful angel. Let's go see. What's Rob done? Oh, Rob's playing trade? Oh, Pit 150. Oh. Hit one. When you could do 146 power, I assumed you could do hit 150. That number says 130 per disabled. Suck my whole fucking deck. Oh, this is a mythic, doesn't do too much, at least. Wait, why do you care about this being a mythic? Max rolls on the stats, I guess? Sure. I'm a lot knees. It's totally fair they get all these extra equipment slots because if we sacrifice our minions, we get 44% more damage. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally fair. Okay. Let's try to, like, map this out. Can I map this out in any way? So, like, let's assume this is, like, cast 1, cast 2, cast 3. This is this in total. How do you merge cells? How do you merge cells? You beat Pit 90 without your set charms? Yeah, your set charms will make you do a significantly larger amount of damage. But thank you very much, Maywin. Thank you, Got Funky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the love. So this is 1 second. Okay. So it starts going first cast instantly. First cast. Every half second. Hold on. Let's hold on. Sorry for the flashbang. Oh my Christ, please. That's way too bright. Okay, thank you. So, first cast, second cast, or first dot 1, 2, 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Right. And then this is third dot. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Assuming no other shadow dot damage. And it's every 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So, hold on. Because each one lasts for 6 seconds, right? So I have to, like, sim out the end of the 6th second. Okay. Celebrating with the rain and the thunder? Do you come from a land down under? Okay. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If we're attacking 3 times per second, if we are continuously attacking, because this should keep happening, right? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. So hold on. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 6, 2, 6. Okay. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So over a 6-second period, while casting proactively, "15 out of 17 are desecrated ground." Is that a good enough sim? Where is this sim accurate? Is this inaccurate here? It's actually third dot is here, not here. And then this is here. And this is here. Third dot, first dot. Right? So it's out to here where it's accurate. Rain of Arrows Rogue, is it like the more max resource you have, the more damage you deal, or are these 225 and 300 breakpoints matter? Not sure what to prefer after accomplishing 15-second cooldown. Hi MarkSpot, I've never played this build ever. I would highly recommend reading the build guide on Maxroll. It should detail that information for you. Yo, thank you very much, Jazz Potatoes. Merge cells is the disable button to the right of that borders button. If you highlight more than one cell, it's in this. This is merge cells, thank you. The initial hit from the dot damage counts as one of the Shadow Blade count. The rest of the dot damage don't. That is inaccurate. Each individual hit is... each individual application of tick damage per individual desecrated ground is an instance of damage. Is Gloomward ass? That's what we're trying to figure out. Hi, beautiful. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, I think it then repeats after this point, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not too sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 8. So 24 out of 28. You hit the damage you're actually scaling 85% of the time. My dog's licking my chair wheels. What would you use for an Army of the Dead build? Shaco or Undercrown?
Penny. Hey.
Cut that out.
Hey, cut that out. Hey. Leave it.
Thank you.
Yes. Good girl.
Undercrown, and it's not even close.
Happy birthday.
Yo, Nicer, thank you very much for the 2 months. I appreciate you. What's the best place to farm for charms? Bosses are very good. Undercity for charms is very good. Charm caches are very good. Thanks, Tom. Bro. How do I model this? "85% of the time, Gloom Ward will hit a tick of Desecrated Ground. What did you just eat? Okay. Yeah, quiet. You have to remember that you should be getting a ton of plus skill ranks from your charms. So the bonus to skill ranks from Shaco at first is pretty impactful, and then later on is much less impactful. What up, Mesh? Thank you. What are we looking at? This is a sim of instances of data while casting Bone Spirit for Desecrated Ground to determine effectiveness of Gloom Ward. 85% of the time, Gloom Ward will hit a tick of Desecrated Ground. 15% of the time, it will hit a cast of Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit does non-negligible amounts of damage. Actually, it does incredibly negligible amounts of damage. Also, the damage from Gloom Ward doesn't scale with damage over time, and we're going to be scaling damage over time. So it's only the instances of damage. So I'm going to say Gloom Warden is 85% effective at scaling damage. And then, since it only happens 1/6 of the time, What is it on a mythic? Do you but no charms give skill ranks to Army of the Dead? They do if you run the Desecrated set. Which is something to consider. Like, yes, obviously you'd want to be using Army of the Dead. But... I wonder if it's actually more damage than getting all these skill ranks. Actually don't know the answer to that question. That would be math that should be done. %780%. So it is every 6th time. And it's not a multiplier of total skill damage, it's a multiplier of an instance of skill damage. This can't be good. So let's just take it at a 1/6 effectiveness, right? $780 divided by 6 is a 130. So that sounds like a 2.3 multi. But it's not a 130% increase of your total damage. It is a single instance of your dot's damage. And your dot's already doing 1/12 the damage. It's like a 9% damage increase. Because it's per individual tick from individual desecrated grounds. I think Gloomward sucks. The moon out of the sky. No, Gloomward doesn't go infinite. If Gloomward went infinite, it would actually be significantly stronger. Gloomward does not perpetuate itself. if it did, applying it one time would continuously reapply it. Which it does not.
I lack the required essence.
Yeah, and this is also assuming that you have no other instances of shadow damage, which you can control for, but not if you're using Desecrated Ground and Bone Storm, actually. Then Bone Storm's doing a bunch of little dick instances. Gloomward, like, there's no way this is good. Every 6 time an enemy receives shadow damage, there's already a 1/6 effective rate of the scalar. For total damage. You need me to turn off damage variance? Icy, I appreciate you. That is not relevant to my current testing. Works best with Shadow Reapers and Max Minions. Gloomward? I'm very sorry, friend. Gloomward just kind of... We're attempting to scale Bone Spirit damage. I see. You're a man of science. You have a few minutes to discuss the thing I'm trying to model here so that I can make sure I'm not missing something. Oh, thank you very much, Cuddle. I appreciate that. Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday, everybody. You have a few minutes, Icy? I'll even turn off damage variance. Science? We're doing science right here, bub. And I'm attempting to model this function. All right, I'm going to give you a call real quick. All right, I see. Let me walk you through this. Let me walk you through this mess that you're looking at here, okay?
Uh-huh.
So, we have Gloomward. Gloomward is an effect which says every 6 times that a monster would take an instance of shadow damage, we will apply a percentage additional of that damage to the target.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, if we were to deal consistent damage, meaning I would always do 100% damage per damage instance, I would take this multiplier and divide it by 6, because there are 6 instances where I'm not doing that damage, or there's 5 instances where I'm not, and there is a 6th instance which procs this. Do you agree with that?
Sounds reasonable, yeah.
Right. So let's say I do 100 damage every single hit. It would be 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and then the 6th attack would do a 7x damage. So it would do 700. It would then apply it over 4 seconds, but if all we're looking to do is see total amount of damage increased, that's how we would look at the math.
Yeah.
That all sounds good. Okay. What we have is a mode of delivering damage from Bone Spirit, which leaves behind a damage over time desecration effect. It does an instance of damage on cast. On that same instance of damage, it does its first tick of dot damage. It then does dot damage over 6 seconds. So, per cast, there are 13 total damage instances of Bone Spirit, where all of them would be a scalar of that instance of dot damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, oh my god, sorry, I have something in my eye. Now, here is the interesting thing about Necromancers. Our Desecrated Ground is actually an area within which, if a monster is standing, they take damage over time, as opposed to a damage over time effect applied to the target.
They're a non-targeted thing. Yeah.
Yes. Each instance of a Desecrated Ground is applying its own damage over time per tick.
Wait, so you're saying they don't stack up their dots in a single tick? Or...
They do not stack up their total damage. Each one does its dot damage per tick individually. So if there are 2 on the ground, so if they do 100 damage per tick and there's 2 on the ground, there are 2 instances of 100 damage per tick, as opposed to a singular instance of 200 damage.
Do you actually see 100, 100 instead of 200?
You do not. It always shows on the target as total tick damage per that tick, but the actual function is per instance of Desecrated Ground.
Okay.
Okay. So now, the question becomes, if we're assuming that I attack with Bone Spirit 3 times per second, and we would have continuously stacking Desecrated Grounds for their total duration, what is the probability that the 6th instance of damage the target receives is from one of the ticks of one of the Desecrated Grounds, or the damage from the Bone Spirit instance itself? The reason why this is relevant is even though a lot of our scaling will work for the Bone Spirit, we have multiple things that say more than double the damage of your Desecrated Ground, and we're going to use dot scaling damage. So the end result is that the instance from the Bone Spirit is effectively negligible. We would consider any proc from the Bone Spirit itself to effectively have just been a missed proc of this shield. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so then I had to model this.
Oh, your abomination. Yeah.
Yes. So I had to model this. I assumed that my experiment could be stopped here, where the amount of dots that are left over from the first seconds of casting this skill are now overlapping with the third cast, which is now back up here. So this represents like the highest density of total casts and total damage instances occurring at the same time.
Yeah.
Every 3 columns is 1 second, and the dot instance, what we can see client side, appears to occur the moment that the damage instance happens, but we can't see it all. I am assuming that basically I can go every other half second for my instances of damage, regardless of where the cast happens within the second. Can't quite prove that, but this is what I modeled.
Quick question: have you tried to, with variance off, of course, just looked at calculating and checking the damage of Gloomward?
It is challenging. It is challenging
when it occurs compared to how many Desecrates you have on the ground.
So what I can tell you is that the tick damage increases at an increasing rate based on number of Desecrated Grounds that should be underneath it. And this is seen...
the tick damage you see on the dummy, you mean?
Yes, so it increases at a faster and faster rate where eventually you just see each tick is doing more damage than the previous tick. The issue being that since it's multiple dots and the Gloom Ward applies as a dot,
okay.
they then
It's
fall
similar
off
to Rist.
at
Sorry.
rates that are impossible for me to, in real time, ascertain the source of it. But
I think you should be able to.
yes, I could if I'm recording the data and I remove a few more variables. Yes. I'm not doing that. Just to be honest with you. I'm just not doing it. Because I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it necessarily, so like I would both have to have a setup that is at the attack speed that I want to be with a few different resource systems in place, because I need to be able to cast this with a certain amount of resource gen. And then at that point, the kind of gear that I have to create to be able to accomplish this, and I'm going to have cap 2 attack speed, makes this very, very challenging. There's a very specific issue with it too. Well, I guess I could remove that. There are a few things that makes that very challenging. I could do that thing. I think this is fairly close to accurate.
Yeah, okay, yeah, just trying to look at it as a simulation. Yeah, sure.
What I came up with was layering this out, getting to the point where we have hit the maximum number of damage instances which could be occurring at the same time, and taking the run up to that as the sample of... Is that really the most accurate? Because basically, after this point, each row I add here is a row that falls off from the bottom. So I think this is a logical terminus of trying to get an idea of the hit rate.
Yeah.
What I got to was over a total of 28 procs of Gloom Ward. 24 of them should occur when a dot deals damage, as opposed to the hit from Bone Spirit. Now,
quick question.
yes, sir.
Do you actually know if the desecrated grounds? So right now you're saying that you get a desecrated ground at 0, 0.33, 0.66, 1 second, etc., right? Do you know if all those desecrated grounds actually deal their damage in that exact timings afterwards, or if they deal the damage at 0.5, 1.5 seconds?
Right. So yeah, so this does look, so here's like the one issue. One, the initial instance, so like what we see client side is on the initial instance, because the Bone Spirit can hit the target anywhere within the tick rate, right? It can occur at 0.25 into a second. It can occur at 0.87 into a second. In the instance where you deal damage with the Bone Spirit, you see an initial tick damage, which is prorated, because the first and last tick of tick damage is always prorated. This leads me to believe that...
Oh, you mean partial? Okay.
Does prorated not mean the same thing?
I have no idea what that word means, but I know what you want to say, yeah.
Dividing or calculating an amount proportional based on time or usage. So yes, partial.
Okay.
So if regardless of when I applied the dot within a second, I see an instance of dot damage on the target, I am concluding that we will always get a prorated dot, and then it will sync with the server tick. I can't... Can I prove that? I would need to know, like, so I could record this, I could see the prorated damage instance. That could tell me where in the server tick rate I am on cast. I could then check at the instance of next application of the dot and see if that following tick is increased by an adequately prorated amount. I could go do that thing. I would prefer to know if somebody else has already done that thing.
I was just wondering because it looks like you're counting on this sequence being very set in stone, but if I don't know if that's true, if this is still true, if they fall on the same tick rate, or if they're actually happening in that. Yeah.
So what could happen? Like, we could model this differently, right? Assuming three columns is still 1 second, and also assuming that we only get that first prorated damage instance on the first cast, and then as long as a dot is on the target, it would only ever happen on 0.5 and 1. Then we could model it differently.
Oh, what question actually? Do you get a visual of when that Gloom Ward damage starts or hits? Like, do you get a visual on the dummy when that damage starts?
Yeah, you get this. You get that little thing. So
that
if you're looking,
circle thing there, or
that.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
I'm out of essence.
So I mean, my approach here would record and do it frame by frame. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust anything, if I'm honest.
So
because it's just dots and stacking. That's a mess.
Yeah. Now, that's okay. We don't have to conclude this conversation. Yo, what up, Noodle? Thank you very much, friend. Let's ignore this modeling entirely, because really what this modeling is going to do is reduce the expected effectiveness of this by some 10 to 15%. I think almost regardless of what the outcome is, you just assume a non-100% value of Gloom Ward, because we know that some instances will be from the Bone Spirit, which is negligible due to the amount of scaling available for each source. Let's instead just calculate the effectiveness of Gloom Ward. Because Gloom Ward is triggered by 1 tick of 1 desecrated ground every 6 ticks. We actually can't assume that it is like a multiplier of the full instance of damage of a cast, like we could with something that does static shadow damage in a single instance. So like Bone Spirit's initial hit does all of its damage in that initial hit. Instead, Gloom Ward would be scaling an amount of 1 cast's worth of that dot damage.
Yeah.
The dot
just scales off a single tick. You mean?
The dot applies for 12 seconds or for 6 seconds. The dot does 1/12 of its damage per tick.
Yeah.
Each will trigger Gloom Ward twice over its total cast. It will scale 1/12 of its damage by 7 twice. It does not trigger itself, even though it applies shadow damage over 4 seconds. It's not recursive.
Oh, good news.
Yes. So, if it is every 6th damage instance, a dot is applied for 6 seconds. A dot does 12 damage instances over 6 seconds. It is scaling 1/6 of the skill's total damage by 7x. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, it is 1/6 of its scaling, which is 7x. Well, no, it is 1/6 of 600% plus 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So. Does Does Desecrated Ground scale with the skills you have in the skill that spawned it?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so if it's base 300%, just looking at the planner for Desecrated Ground. So on average, that would be... So on average, you would have a tick that deals 50% of your skill damage. And normally that would, what would that be?
Oh, thank you very much, Water. Are those mythics coming along? You generally don't farm mythics in the training dummy room. Are you deep in a calculator, or did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to see if this makes sense at all.
Yeah.
Right. So I was just looking at 5/6 of the time. You're dealing 300. Each take would deal 300% divided by 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then plus 1/6, you deal 7 times that.
Mm-hmm.
So for an average. Yeah, okay. So on average, you double your tick damage with that.
Okay. So on average, you double your tick damage here.
Right. So if you have normally if you have 300% distributed over 12 ticks, that's 25% of that skill's damage per tick. And if you then add on the Gloom Ward dealing 7x every tick, then you get an average tick skill damage of 50%, so double.
The mythic version of this is a 780% scaler.
Right. And it's 57.5%.
Sir MG, can we have the rank 1 lunatic build if possible with the new items imported, the ones with the sigil
So
powers?
if it's only
Yeah,
taking
that's
off of
in the video that you'd be
Desecrated
referencing.
Ground ticks,
It's linked.
and assuming that the Gloom Ward tick gets all the damage amplifiers that a Desecrated Ground would, then it more than doubles your damage which you had when you have the mythic version.
Yeah, so what the Gloom Ward does is it takes the instance of damage that was dealt and scales that.
Yeah.
So what'd you get for 780%?
57.5%.
And that's a final multiplier of what?
So that would be your average tick skill. Okay, so that would be your average portion of the skill damage divided into each tick.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Sorry.
this is annoying to think about. It's the averages and ticks and shit.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on real quick. Sir MG, I'm sorry. Are you asking me to go look at the rank 1 lunatic build and then go create a whole planner to hand to you for it? Is that the question? Because I fully believe in your ability to go do that yourself. No, I know that you're asking, but that's what you're asking for, right? Just so that I'm... Like, are you asking for the build guide that I made, which is available on that video? Or are you asking me to go look at the current rank 1 lunatic build and then create a planner of that thing and then hand that to you? Because I will not do that. I'm, like, very clearly doing something right now. To do the effective multi, It should be as easy as taking 1/6 of the multiplier plus 1, right?
Oh, not of the. Do you mean 780%?
Yeah.
No, because you need the +1 in there, right?
I'm sorry, I did say then add 1.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Then yes. I think so, yeah.
So it's an effective 130% multiplier. Because you should be doing 2.3 total damage. How... If I were to assume that there's just like a 10% loss due to some of these ticks are instead from Bone Spirit itself.
Yeah, that would be the if you want a nice clean answer for that, I would want to look at frames, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that, and you're not going to do that. So help me help me
no.
fudge. Like let's turn off the Tism for a hot second, and let's guesstimate. I think you could just take an effective 10% off, like just reduce it to 90% effectiveness.
Hum.
Because so the difference that would happen between here and what I have, or I'm sorry, the difference between we do get a prorated instance of damage even though the client side doesn't show it when the instance of damage comes through. And I don't know how it would do that on the first attack but not on subsequent attacks. I just don't know. But if the outcome is that it, after the first attack, actually we only get the dot damage per cast on the following 0.5 in 1 second, it shifts the initial first dot cast here very slightly, and then the pattern should just be on second and half and second and half and second and half and second and half and second and half. That removes... That makes it more likely that we hit the Bone Spirit cast as opposed to the dot instance. Because there are less damage instances from dots.
Yeah.
Between casts of Bone Spirit.
Have you tried to just cast 2 Bone Spirits and just get if you have 2 Desecrated Grounds active, can you see that the Gloomo ticks happen twice as often?
So here, 1, 2, and then there's nothing else because there's only a single. There is 1/12 additional, instance of damage here from the Bone Spirit. If I do this, oh, I picked the wrong one. Cool. What up, Dan? Was getting a 2.1 multi from Glued Ward Charm with a 536 roll. Should be like wicked impossible. And all other stats were the same. Well, no, you would be removing the charm and then adding the charm had stats on it, right? Because with a perfect charm, it should be 2x damage on the dot. Oh no, sorry, I have fucking boots on. Hold on. One moment. Yes. So this one lasts slightly longer. But yes, we got double the procs in the same 6-second period.
Okay. Right.
So
Yeah, you could
Does that-
probably keep it pretty high effective uptime, I guess.
hold on, let me see if I can get this down to 6 seconds, and then that should actually like exactly tell us. Damn it, my Gloom Ward has fucking darkness skills. Hold on. Okay, this should be exactly. So that was 4. So the idea would be,
Yeah, that's 24 ticks would be required. Yeah.
is there a way for me to... How many Bone Spirits would I have to cast? So if it's like 1,
More essence.
2, 3, 4. So 2 Bone Spirits. That was just 6. That's goddamn. Alright, I would need more Essence Gen, I guess.
Oh, did you notice? I don't think you exactly need frames for this. Did you notice if the Gloom mod hit was exactly when you also get a tick on the screen?
I would have to record.
No.
Oh, hold on.
Ah,
So that's very interesting.
That's...
No, but I got 9 Gloom Ward triggers over 3 Bone Spirits and 1 Bone Prison. So, like, I'll try to do this more quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, God. Okay, I'm just going to record this.
It does look like it. The Gloom mod goes on the tick without looking at frames.
So that is clearly 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It really looks like it follows ticks. Yeah.
It looks like it both follows ticks. Hold on, let me record this.
But again, that may just be because it's set to follow the same like update showing whatever logic they use. But that doesn't mean that it's not doing partial stuff as well.
Right. Well, so this should be a pretty simple test. If I cast Bone Spirit 3 times, and I cast Bone Prison once, each one of them is a 6-second dot, I should get 2 Gloom Ward procs per, if it doesn't do prorated damage instances in between. If we get greater than number of skills cast multiplied by 2 over that duration, then Gloom Ward is tracking additional damage instances, which must be occurring in between the ticks, which I think would be explained by the prorated damage instances when you cast a skill which applies a dot at the moment that it does damage. No, because there's the damage instances from the Bone Spirit. That is what is happening. No, but I only cast 3 Bone Spirits. And those 3 Bone Spirits would do a prorated amount of damage, which would be a total of 6 damage instances, which would be the additional Gloom Ward tick. Hold on. I think I'm cooking. Because Bone Prison doesn't do damage on the moment that you cast it. I cast Bone Spirit 3 times. Bone Spirit is 3 damage instances. That shouldn't net me an additional Gloom Ward proc. It would have to be a total of 6 additional damage instances outside of the dots that they apply. The way that you would get that is by doing a prorated amount of shadow damage at the same moment that the Bone Spirit hits, because it's 3 casts, 3 prorated damage instances, and then 6 seconds of dot. I think that's logical.
It kind of makes sense.
All right, let's look in 50%. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right, it's locked to the tick, but
9.
It's doing like 1-1 skip, 1-1 skip stuff.
And there was 9 Gloom Ward procs. 9 Gloom Ward procs require 54 total damage instances. 4 dots only account for 48 damage instances. We know that we have 3 Bone Spirit damage instances. There must be a prorated damage instance regardless of server tick rate, because the dot is applied at the same time that the projectile collides. So there's 3 unaccounted for damage instances to trigger an additional proc of Gloom Ward. That must be from the prorated dot damage.
Yeah, that maths.
So that means...
Dude, does Gloom Ward count ticks from earlier?
Shadow Blight falls off after 2 seconds. The target has to be inflicted with Shadow Blight, which requires you to apply shadow damage. And you need to do damage instances within 2 seconds to refresh it and to get the eventual Gloom Ward trigger. So it does not remember previous, as long as there's more than a 2-second duration between the tests.
Good.
So I think that proves that my initial simulation is actually accurate to our expected behavior.
Yeah, it points that way.
So I'm somewhere between an 88 to an 85% effectiveness, where between 12 to 15% of damage instances are actually the Bone Spirit as opposed to the Gloom Ward. I believe you could just take this number, multiply it by 0.85 to get to its effective multi. What you would actually have to do is also calculate the damage of the Bone Spirit instance and look at total damage dealt over a duration. But I'm not going to do that. And you're not going to do that, because we can't do that. Not actually. Because one, I haven't finished theory crafting the build, but bare minimum, there's like 3 or 4 scalars that only work for the Desecrated Ground and not for the Bone Spirit. And those numbers are 100 plus.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could just do the same averaging that I showed with the tick. Just use Bone Spirit skill damage and Desecrated skill damage for that.
So
get the average.
The mythic version is 110.5% multi. The non-mythic is an 85% increase.
That's just by multiplying on the Gloom Ward.
Yeah, it's just taking 85%. I guess I could take 85.7, which is what this is calculated at. So it's between.
I'm not sure you can do that directly on the
multi?
On the effect.
Why not?
Because you need to take into account the. Let me see. Don't you need to take into account the other hit, or to get like the effective multi?
Yeah, the hit of the bone spirit, right?
Yeah.
We could model that right here. With the issue being that, again, I don't know the total amount of multipliers available only for the Desecrated Ground and only for... So, like, the multi we're going to put on gear is damage over time and not crit. There is one aspect which says that your Desecrated Ground does 2.2x damage, and a utility aspect that says it does like 30% increased damage. Hold on. So like here's why it gets harder, and why I don't think we can actually like get that fine tooth. So I'm going to be using an aspect called Ultimate Shadow. Ultimate Shadow has a hidden function right now, which is going to change one of the ultimate skills that I have to be a darkness skill which does shadow damage. This is now going to add 2 damage instances which have nothing to do with anything else, which has effectively no scaling on it, which is going to further diminish the effectiveness of Gloomward's ability to hit the primary damage dealer of the build. And
Yeah.
I haven't gotten further than this, but just trying to assume these kind of, like, it's only going to go down from here, not only in Bone Spirit's damage becoming negligible, but also the effectiveness of Gloomward is going to go down as well. I'm trying to set an optimistic understanding and then try to solve for these things which would reduce its effective hit rate on the Desecrated Ground. I don't know if I'm going to be successful, but I'm basically trying to give it its like best leg up.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if I can't do that, like, if we assume Bone Spirit effectively does 0 damage, its impact on the calculation, because what you would have to do is you would have to take you would have to take its effective increase of 15% of the damage instances being the Bone Spirit, and its effective increase at 85% of it 85% of it hitting the Gloomward proc, or the Desecrated Ground procs. And I think if one part of that calculation is 0, you can effectively just take 85% of the scalar and consider that its effective multi. What up, Bacterial? Congratulations on the full mile.
So in my mind, you would need
36.
to take 85% of like the average Desecrated Ground tick, and that would be your like average damage, right?
It shouldn't matter where you apply it, right? So like if we assume... Wait, actually, maybe I misunderstand what you're saying. So what you're trying to say is like, actually, so get the Desecrated Ground damage, right?
Yeah, the average Desecrated Ground is a tick or no?
Yeah, but isn't that the same thing as just taking the multi and taking 85% of it? Because if we're gonna reduce the average expected damage of Desecrated Ground down to 85% of it, but add the Gloomward scaling, with it applying to 1/6 of the damage, or just take the Gloomward scaling, calculate it at 1/6 of the damage and then scale it down to 85%. Isn't that mathematically the same? No.
Not if you get the previous. Not like if you already have the gloom ward percentage in like a parenthesis somewhere, then you can't just take 85% of that number in the end.
It does 250% damage at rank 1 over 12 damage instances.
Yeah.
You got where'd you get 300?
That's in the no. That's because in the planner I had gloom ward, which has 2 darkness skills.
Which has darkness skill ranks. Okay.
Yes.
So 250. And hello.
Good catch. I mean, it's still a 2. It's it shouldn't matter for the 21.1 number you have there.
That shouldn't matter, right? But like it's 250 divided by 250 divided by 12. It can even be 250 divided by 6, since we know it's going to be every 1/6, right? So it does 41.6% damage per second. We are assuming Gloom Ward is going to apply to 85% desecrated grounds damage. So you're arguing that we take this number, we multiply this by 0.85, we get down to 35.4% damage per second. We have 5 of these. Then on the 6th one, we are taking, if we use the 780%, right? If we take the mythic version, 780%.
Multiply by 8.8, yeah.
Is multiplied by 8.8. And then this
take
is
the average of those 6. That would be your average tick.
Right, this is average. Your average weapon damage coefficient per second.
Per second, yes.
Is 81.45%. And then are you comparing this against the 35?
35 what? Oh,
you have to be, right?
Okay, so you would get that number. So 85% of the time you would have your... No, okay. God, I hate dot damage sometimes.
Yeah. Because that comes out to be an average 130% multiplier, which I'm unsure of. Like that can't be true, because if we don't have to modify these numbers at all, if we instead just assume it applies to 1/6 of the damage of a cast of Desecrated Ground, it is an effective 130% multiplier. So the end of this calculation cannot be an effective 130% multiplier. It must be less than. So it has to be comparing against... It actually has to be comparing against the base damage per second weapon coefficient.
Yes.
We could even do it this way, right? So this is if we assume... Oh, we actually just model it both ways, right? We actually just model it if it is 100% hit rate, and we model it here. And then this is just...
Wait, where did you get the 41 from?
So this is... Where did I get a 41? Where did I get this number from? Oh, this is just 250 divided by 6.
Ah, right, yeah.
Okay, so this is the top number is our assumed... Sorry.
That's
This
just
top number...
skill damage per second. From
This is skill damage
base.
per second with 100% hit rate on Desecrated Ground. We get average damage of 95.83.
Oh,
here.
you don't add the Gloomor to that.
So we're the thing that we're trying to see here is what is the effective multiplier of Gloomward if we assume that it is only effective for Desecrated Grounds damage 85% of the time. That is what we're trying to figure out, right? My argument was I could just multiply this by 0.85. Instead, we wanted to model it as the difference in expected average damage per second.
Right. Okay.
So here is the average damage per second with 100% hit rate. That's what this number is. Average damage per second. Weapon coefficient. This number is 85% of this value. Can we actually do that though? Isn't it?
So if you do that, you just end up with the top number being 15% or inversely 15% higher, if that makes sense.
Yes. Is this even accurate though? Because it's like it doesn't do reduced damage on each damage instance. We assume it does hit on this 1/6 DPS.
Yeah, so it's 85% of the sum, where the other 15% is some bone spirit number that we didn't account for yet.
Right. But my question is, should each one of these segments of 6 actually be 85% of the true value? Or should it just be that the last 1/6 is considered 85% of the true value?
Yeah, that sounds... You could make a case for that, I guess.
I think I'm going to use these two numbers to work with. So I'm trying to think, so like, let's say this was just this, but this is, let's multiply by 0.85. Right? And then what we get here is this divided by this. And it's truly a 90% effectiveness of what it would be. So that just changes this number to bullets. It becomes this. I'm going to use these two numbers. I think that's my best bet. And
I'm not happy about multiplying that on the coefficient directly.
yeah, is it really so far off that I wouldn't be able to use it to make like informed decisions?
That's up to you.
Well, no, I want you to confirm my bias and increase my confidence in my actions that I'm taking, Icy. What's the worst case scenario?
I mean, the worst case scenario is that your Bone Spirit does a lot of damage, and that ends up stealing, you could say, some of the desecrated ground.
It just isn't like it just isn't going to. So like if we look at it as a per cast, if we look at it as a per cast total damage dealt, it's already only doing 60% of the damage of the dot. And then in addition to that, all of my multis on my gear are going to be for damage over time. So that's already going to be like 3 or 4x the damage. So we divide that down, so now it's doing 15% of like total skill damage. I then have a multi that bare minimum is a 2.2. We then divide that by 2.2, so now Bone Spirit is doing something close to like 6% of like total skill damage.
Right, okay. So if you wanted some average damage stuff that you have some confidence in, you need to take that Bone Spirit damage, multiplied by 8.8 if you have the mythic version. And that number would be your 15%. And then you add your average desecrated ground tick.
So hold on, right? Some here. So this is D ground. This is spirit. This is total. This is D percent. This is spirit percent. So this is equal to this divided by this, and this is equal to this divided by this. All right. So I guess I should make this bigger so it's easier for y'all to see. Right. So then we add on aspect 1. Aspect 1 is this multiplied by 2.2. This is unchanged. Right. Then there is the multis from gear. Dot multi gets up to on gloves, I guess. Multi gets up to 120%, and then on rings it is
60.
It's 60.
It's just half of the gloves and what.
Oh, sure, yeah. And amulet is also just half of gloves, right?
No, that's gloves as well.
Oh, it's gloves value? Okay. And then weapon is half of gloves. So it's 120, 180, 240, 360, 420. So without anything else, just 5.2.
Yeah.
This stays the same. Let's bring these down a couple figs here. So there's that. I'm going to put on this aspect, which is ground. This is 25%. I would like it on my amulets at 37.5. That's the transfig. Let's get to this. Multiply by 1.375. Here. Then it's Ooh, do, 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 do. You don't. I have a single multi from Desecration. Desecration is increased desecrated damage by. So this is Glyph. It's equal to this multiplied by 1.25. This stays the same.
So
Okay.
maybe stupid question.
Yes.
Do you know how much of all that dot damage is, like, if anything is counted twice for the Gloom Ward dot?
None of it is. From my testing, none of it is. So if your initial damage
yeah.
instance crits, it takes the true damage dealt and then scales that. I did not see damage over time apply to it twice. So here's one of the problems with it. Well, that doesn't really matter. I'm not going to use that set. It doesn't matter. I have never seen it double dip on like additive or anything like that. It seems to just take.
It just uses base damage.
Yeah, it uses calculated damage instance as base. So here, we have these two values. So we go.
Yeah, 3 versus 9. Yeah, okay.
And like there's a little bit more there, but I'm not going to nitpick it, right? Like I'm going to put on damage over time additive because it's higher than whatever, but that's very small. That's probably like a 5% or 10%, no, 5% difference. No, actually, because we have a whole glyph that just gives desecrated ground damage and actually gives quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 62 additive damage per 5 willpower. So that's multiplied by 74 divided by 5. So actually a fairly significant, so maybe like another like 20% multi or something like that. I don't believe that this low percentage of total damage dealt by spirit will legitimately impact the outcome here. I guess we could calculate it, right, where it goes. So
okay, I think what I was thinking was that if you multiply something by 8.8, that is a big number, right? So yeah. But you still need a coefficient of 15% in front of that to account for like when it's hitting.
Yeah, so it would
kind of nullifies it. Yeah, I get your point.
I'm gonna go with roughly this. So if I don't have the mythic version, I'm assuming that Gloom Ward is somewhere around like an 85% multiplier. And then I have to consider the impact of further reducing that effectiveness with other shadow damage instances by some non-nominal amount. And then in addition to that, the relative increase of utilizing a different option, which would allow me to use a focus or a two-handed weapon. If I assume mythic, I'm assuming greater than like a 2x in my total damage. Using it.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be careful about like if it's right on the edge of something where you need to make a decision of using an aspect or the Gloom Ward, right?
Yeah.
Then I would want a nice buffer before I would, choose Gloom Ward based on iffy numbers.
Yeah, and like even though this is how much damage the Bone Spirit is doing, right? It is artificially increased by being like, it does have a 5% chance to do 50% increased damage. And if the multi is like 2x just for shadow damage across the board, that is not insignificant for increasing 3% of your skill's damage. Although it's going to end up being like 1% here. I'm going to ignore the Bone Spirit. Fuck it. Yeah, it's got to be not close for me to not feel like I might get jebaited sometimes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, thank you very much, man. This was really helpful. It actually made me feel a lot more confident in the approach and what we're looking at.
No problem.
Appreciate you, Boo Boo. All right, everybody. So that was Icy. Icy is one of our major nerds at Max Roll. Icy is just fantastic across the board, but also he think good about stuff. That was our boy Icy.
We like nerds in Maxwell. I like to think that.
At least like 5 of us. I think the rest of them are jocks, but I like to think at least 5.
Holy shit! You did not have to give me a sub.
They got him.
Thank you.
They got him. All right. Thank you very much, man. I won't take any more of your time. I appreciate you.
All right. Have a good time.
Be good. That was Icy, everybody. Anonymous, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs out to the community. If you got a gift sub from Anonymous, find them. Find them and get them. Thank you very much, Anonymous. I appreciate you.
So,
I am 36.
you subscribe to a bad content creator.
Yes, this is to
Or a real
attempt
one.
to model the effective increased damage and expected output of Gloom Ward.
So,
It's a damage loss and not an averaging. For every percentage a separate damage has a
Subscribe to
chance
a
to
bad
eat your Gloom
content
Ward, it has
creator.
the same chance to contribute to your desired proc effect.
you're a real one.
No. So each desecrated ground at maximum can get 2 Gloom Ward procs out of itself. In a world where you could choose to always be dealing damage in between desecrated ground procs, make it so that Gloom Ward applies to every single proc, you can make an argument like this. There is no real game scenario. It is because we cannot have control over it, we are just as likely to never hit desecrated ground as opposed to hit it more often. And the more not desecrated grounds that we add, the more likely we are to not hit desecrated ground as opposed to the other things. And since the damage instances of non-desecrated ground are always doing statistically irrelevant and like single percentage point like scaling, every not hit is a more and more significant loss of damage. So things like Fists of Fate can be considered to be an average damage scaler in the way that it is when 2 things are true. All of the damage that you're dealing is always the same, and you are hitting often enough to expect to get the average output. You can always overperform with a random number based damage scaler, but you are just as likely to overperform as you are to underperform. The only way to get to what its effective average multiplier is to get to a certain number of instances. But this requires that every damage occurrence is of equal value. If 99% of your damage instances were of garbage value, and 1% of your damage instances were of good value, trying to find the effective average can be done with a large enough sampling of numbers, but your real game experience of that will be near continuously doing effectively no damage. So we have to model it in some way to be able to compare it. It cannot be compared without being modeled in some way. So what we should seek to do is create a system within which the vast majority of damage instances R from Desecrated Ground and give it its best case scenario of impacting there. So like, here we go, right? This model argues, or rather, the argument that you have posed says that we should expect to be able to do the same, if not more damage, because we have added in all of these damage instances which did not eat Gloom Ward procs on Desecrated Ground. If these damage procs didn't exist, Desecrated Ground would only hit our true damage. So by adding in more damage instances, we have taken away total effective scaling. Because within the same number of casts, we would have hit this many more times, but on Gloom Ward procs. I get the argument that's being made, which is like, well, if so, it's kind of like a you know that like that game at arcades, which is you have like 50 balls and you want to get them into tubes and the tubes are rotating and it will drop a number of balls equal to the number of times that you click the button. And sometimes when you click the button, the ball will come down and miss the tube, so you'll lose out on that. What if the quality of the ball that you dropped in impacted the outcome from that test? So sometimes you drop the incredibly important ball and sometimes you don't. If you could effectively time it out, like if we could create a build where we could, and that's why I tried to model this in the first place, it was like, is there even a way to guarantee this? There is technically a way of modeling this where we could suss out an attack speed rate, a number of damage instances, and the expected proc rate, because we have to be casting Bone Spirit to get the Desecrated Ground bare minimum. We have now proven that each cast of Bone Prison also gets a prorated tick damage instance. So this actually, so what we proved here was that my modeling here was actually incredibly accurate if all we're looking at is the casting of the Bone Spirit. One thing that we could, so like, how about this? You know what? This does damage over 10 seconds. It does damage twice per second. When the damage happens matters. You could add in additional things into this exact model right here. You would have to prove when other systems do damage and when they trigger. You would have to prove how would you even do this? Also, whoever, so Tasula, your minions absolutely trigger Gloom Ward. So we could come up with a model for when my minions attack. Add that into when damage instances should occur. Then see the true impact of increase or decrease of procs over the same time period. And you could do that. Thank you very much, Terry. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? This is why I'm just trying to get to best case scenario, effective lossless Gloom Ward, as it is a total expected average multiplier of our desecrated ground. Penny, leave it. Leave it. Hey. Can't have it. You are never supposed to do that. And that's when we say leave it. Now, let's teach some good behavior. Honey, come. Yeah, good girl. Look. Good girl. Yeah. 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 Good girl, baby. Good girl, Mom. Come. Yes. Good girl, baby. Okay. Sit. Yes. Good girl, Mom. Touch. Good job. Touch. Good job, Mama. Touch. Yes. Good girl. Good job, baby. Good job. Good job. Good job. Oh, wow. We're so good. We're so sweet. We're so good. And as an ultimate reward, good job, Mama. I'm right there. Good job, baby. Where are you putting it? Oh, okay, you're just gonna eat it right there, sure. Okay. Now. Oh my god. Does the aspect makes to It does not. It is now a unique ring that you can turn into a charm. What is it called? It's called no. What is it called? It is called Omen of Pain. Is a unique ring. What is my weakest aspects? Because I'm going to either have a one-hander available. All right, let's look at it here. Right. I'll either have a one-hander available or I'll use Bloodless Scream here. It would be Crown of Lucian. This would be... Oh, I need Sinew. I have to test Sinew. Where does Vengeful Sinew drop from? The Butcher, baby. I don't have many butchers. The first one does, second one does not. I'm not push buttons and stuff dying. Hell yeah, brother. That's a lot of fun. Hell yeah, brother. What defensive aspect do you use? In what context? Thoughts on sitting at the cube re-rolling set charms? You do it until you have the set charms that you want? And then you don't continue to do it? Unless I'm misunderstanding what the question means. What are my thoughts? I do it until I get the set charms that I need. And then I no longer do it. God damn it. And I just rolled them to +3 skill. I wouldn't sit there and like try to re-roll them to +4 or get perfect secondary stats unless I was pushing for rank 1. I think a lot of people spend a lot of time min-maxing their gear to not push for rank 1, and I'm a little bit confused why. Should they add depth to it? I'm not sure what depth they can add to it other than to just reduce how often we can. I think that's like the only thing they could do. 6-4, 6-4-5. Oh, but 3 skill points. Hold on. Two. I feel about the tower as a leaderboard. I feel there's a bit too much RNG and distribution of rares and elites mobs and their affixes. Yeah. So here's the thing. There is too much RNG. There must be some RNG. The players already said they didn't like the gauntlet. I personally like the gauntlet. But then it just becomes a gear check. And you would like for there to be some skill. So for there to be skill, there has to be RNG. So we go a little bit in a circle, and I go, right now, I don't like resetting when I see the first group of enemies. That's too much RNG. I actually don't think that there should really be like RNG in... Well, that's never not going to be the case. I don't know how they solve it, but it's definitely too much right now, I would say. Would you use Vengeful Sinew? Oh, I would have to change my simulation. Blizzard caving. Caving is fun. My thoughts on it. I think the crafting tag should remain for the upgrade to Mythic, as long as upgrade to Mythic actually upgrades it to the Mythic that you want, because I don't think that you should just be able to craft all your gear in town when we're talking about the most chase items in the game. I think you should have to go kill stuff to get the most chase items in the game. And I think that limiting one of your most desired mythics to a unique that you went out and farmed is good. But the moment that it's all of them, that kind of sucks. Now, there's an argument to be made that if it's upgrade to a mythic, you did go farm that item. Reason why I disagree with that is because you can just trade for the item. And I don't think that ARM tiers should have that much of a leg up over everybody else. And creating a system like that only further ostracizes like good manners players and people who aren't breaking terms of service when it comes to the non-solo self-found leaderboard. And would like really, really negatively like people like candy. They very rarely like medicine. Removing the crafted tag and not putting it in next season just ruins the leaderboard. Like, the leaderboard was already ruined by RMT, but you could outskill these people. Being able to buy gear is actually not the same thing as being good at the game, which we saw time and time again, especially just like even from some of our max roll blasters alone. People like Woody, people like Sora. I mean, a bunch of them. Condus, Beat Dropper, absolutely insane fucking farmers. Snail was at the top of the leaderboard. Panda was at the top of the leaderboard. Not me. I'm too busy doing this. Although I got top 10. Got top 10 without any mythics. Feels pretty fucking good. Second in the world for the max roll solo self-found T12 Mephisto. On a non-meta build, feels pretty fucking good. But people are like, why would there ever be a crafter tag ever? How dare you? Let me just make all my gear in the cube and not have to do anything. And it's like, ooh, that ain't it. That ain't it, boys. And I think we have had very legitimate things to criticize about the launch of the season, and I think Fuck It, We Ball is a very reasonable response from the developers this late into the season. And I think that the bitch babies are going to misconstrue this as validation of their bias, and I think their bias negatively impacts the overall health of the game. But two things can be simultaneously true. Like, I see people being like, they better not fucking add that tag back next season. They'll ruin the game. And like, these people are just deeply unserious, and we don't legitimately need to give their opinion equal weight in the pantheon of viewpoints about the game. it is okay for them to feel that way for them. I also have selfish desires. But. Giving you a ton of loot you couldn't do anything with? What loot couldn't you do anything with? What is it about the tag that they updated? There is no limit on how many crafted mythic uniques you can equip. So if you had infinite pandemonium fragments and infinite resources, you could just go craft every single mythic that your build wanted in the cube and then equip them right now. Yo, thank you very much, Nana. I'm gonna go check on my dog because she did run away with that treat and now I haven't heard her in a little bit. I also need a quick snack. I will be right back, boys. Ah. Yo, thank you very much, Squeam. I assume you're gone, but if you're not, thank you. What up, Gaga? But they fucked themselves? They actually haven't fucked themselves at all. The chronically online player base that believes that they're casuals when they're actually not have an overrepresented consideration of knowledge they believe they have about the devs, and also knowledge about game development that I find very funny. I think you would use vengeful sinew is the outcome of my deliberation. Is that a Riker cap? It is not. This is Riker's hat. I stole it from him at BlizzCon. Technically, he gave it to me, but it was after I asked him in an extortionistic way. Okay. Obviously, Blood Moon Britches. Oh, thank you very much, Richard. You don't look a day over 40? Thank you. I'm 36. So I hope so. What is my take about Blizzard doing a somewhat 180 with the removal crafted mythic limit? I don't think that they had to do that as like a final resolution to this, but I think it makes sense to do it at this point for this season, since they've already said that for next season they're looking at re-adding it, but only for the ones that come out of the cube. So, happy birthday! Yo, thank you very much. Happy birthday to MacroBioBoi. I guess we're using Bone Prison. $70 versus a 140. Assuming that we'll get more resource as well. 120. 190. Versus It's like a 30% multi. Blah, 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 blah. We can toss them on there. Why not? Been doing anything fun for my birthday? We are. We're gonna go grab dinner with our friends. We're gonna do an escape room, and then I'm gonna convince everybody to get drunk while we yell at a funny movie. That's the idea, Gaga. Yeah. Which movie? I don't know. Not like a particular movie. So I'm going to have one. Are we going to run any amulets? No? Sure. Rings. Rings. And then 2 rings. Okay. So this becomes desecrated ground. Damage over. Sure. Corrupting. It's only a 58% effective multi against elites. Actually sucks. Such a bad fucking aspect. Let's just read them all. We have a 60. A 60. Why would I have Blood Moon Breaches on? That was crazy, huh? This would be Tybalt's, and I just die. Seems pretty good. Yo, have a good one, Clums. Thank you very much. 2 different people are saying Evil Dead Burn. No, I wouldn't go to the movie theater. I would like to be drunk. So it would just be like at their house. $65. So a 65 already is like... So my next best multi is a 75%. So if I'm just taking this at 2x value, which is over what it probably effectively is. It's a 2x and a 1.6, right? So the 3.2. So it's just worse than Bloodless Scream in almost every circumstance. Because this can always be a charm. Bloodless Scream can similarly be a charm, but it as a two-hander is significantly stronger. So I would use Bloodless Scream. I guess this Vengeful Sinew is like Foin. I would like a mythic version of it. Mythic version of it helps the medicine go down pretty smooth here. I have too much stuff. I have too much garbage. How many Pelgains do I have? Two Pelgains. Jesus Christ, my guy. This is peak. This just needs to be different, right? Like, this ain't it. Been like at least 20 times, right? More? So weird getting an Air of Perdition and not immediately equipping it. Yeah, that's interesting, right? How's the testing going? What did you miss? You missed everything. So I can't relate all of it. But the testing is we're gonna try out Bone Spirit, but I want to farm up a chest piece for it. Yeah, we got keys. Can I do T12 yet? Probably not. No, we finished our simulation and came to, it's like a 2x. And the more stuff you add on, the less of a 2x it becomes. But I think it's just strictly worse than Bloodless Scream. Even as a mythic. I probably need mercenaries and all my skills equipped, huh? It's like probably important. What? Huh. Let's go dump the rest of the keys that we have into this guy. Hopefully get a mythic sinew. Probably not. Call it a day. Cry. Go home. Seems good. Seems good. Are you going to stagger, or what's the deal here? Is the butcher good for mythic seals? No. I would not say so. Only bosses that have increased mythic seal drop rates would be Belial, the new boss, and Mephisto. Come on, my guy. There's nothing better than that effect still going off. Ooh. Nemesis portal. Nemesis portal, please. Oh, please, Nemesis portal. Fuck off. Oh, Nemesis portal. Nemesis portal. Oh ho ho, Nemesis portal. We meet again. We meet again, Nemesis portal. You think so little of me, Nemesis portal, yet you do not recognize I have a trick up my sleeve. It's called I play on controller, Nemesis portal. Nemesis portal in shambles. Nemesis portal. Do you think so little of me? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. I do need a Starless Skies just in general. Oh, my dog's right behind me and I didn't know that. When did she get there? You know when your dog's just laying down behind you? A good girl? She heard me call her a good girl because she knows. She knows she's a good girl. Another. Does anybody here listen to The Adventure Zone by the McElroy brothers? The Real Play D&D podcast. Yeah, there's this weird. Some of the gloves are pant icons. It's very funny. Nemesis portal. Figure more nerds here would be into D&D podcasts. Not using double chest spawn? I am not, because I don't have the point. This is my second character class. Is it my birthday? It's my birthday today. Thank you very much, Toaster. Yeah, it's my birthday all day. All day with this. All day with this guy. I'm 36. I'm a 36-year-old man. I know, the years are getting to me.
I need more time. I do not have any
On to D&D podcasts. Rip. Nobody listens to the Adventure Zone? That's crazy. Yo, thank you very much, Striker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy birthday to everybody across the world. Happy birthday. Sorry, Steer Car. Which is like Striker, but from the Baltics. Prefer to play instead of listening, but you can't always be playing. Sometimes you're driving in a car, or you're waiting at a doctor's appointment. Oh, I think I hear Mama. I think Mama is home. You want to see if Mama's home? Hold on, we can take that. Hold on. It takes her a little bit to park. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, Mama? Is there Mama right here? Her? Who is that? Honey, who is that? No, not UPS, but who's that? Who's that? Yeah, Mama? That's your mother? It's her madre? Sir? Go get her. Go. My dog gets very excited when Panda comes home. Because I don't love my dog at all, so she doesn't get anything out of me. She only gets it out of Panda. My Vengeful Sinew is good enough. Oh, try to upgrade it randomly into a mythic, see if we hit. Hold on. Go, mythic. We did. Cool. It's not a great one, but it's pretty good. Well, we can hit a couple more, right? Upgrade to mythic. That's nothing. 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 Soulbrand. So we have a really good Soulbrand, and this is actually a pretty good Soulbrand. I actually kind of like that Soulbrand. I like them both. I like them both for different reasons. Can we just keep it? We can. Mutilator plate. So this one is just better. Cool. This one, armor, Bloodlance, and armor versus life. We would just re-roll it, right? Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it ends up being the same. And then a Vengeful Sinew. We did it in one. Gonna try Blood Wave? Hell yeah, brother. Best animal ever? I like other people's cats. I'm not a big fan of having a cat, but I like other people's cats. Okay. But Mama's home. You're home. You're home. Let's very quickly put together the gear for this. Let's put together the gear. Oh, I would want this to have max resource on it. I guess right now I could just run this for survivability. Okay. Let's put together gear. Damn, those are good gloves. Okay. So it's regular gloves. Tybalt's Will. I have very good Tybalt's Will. And it's Path of Trigul. Path of Trigul. Path of Trigul. Trigul. I would reroll the Bone Prison. We'll leave it off right now. My Bloodless Scream. Bloodless Scream. Damn, this was so good. But I got that, so it's not. It was really good, and then it wasn't. Because it's not. Because it's not. Because a 4.25 is bigger than 3.5. It's actually kind of close, to be honest with you, but I'm not gonna really fucking care about that, to be honest with you. Just gonna move on my day. I'm just gonna equip it and move on with my day. What do you say? A good old Ulot. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. I think I like this one better, to be honest. I do. Okay. Yeah, we'll just roll that over to dot multi. Yo, thank you, Stefano. I appreciate that. We need 2 rings. Ring. It's a pretty good base. That's a pretty good base. That is a pretty good base as well. It's just like an insane item. Really don't want to destroy it. Alright, we'll roll on these. Bone Spirit Gloom Ward analysis. I'm not going to use Gloom Ward because Bloodless Scream exists. But it's basically a 2x damage. As long as you assume that you hit on Desecrated Ground the vast majority of the time. Which, I'm not sure that you do, but a little bit neither here nor there, to be honest. And then, hold on. I want these to say max resource, actually, of all things. So we're gonna go with desecration, right? Yo, what up, Amanita? Thank you very much for the happy birth. Happy birth, happy birth, happy birth. None. I think I'm using this set, boys. We put a Gloom Ward right there. Perfect. And then oh, I needed gloves. Those are pretty good. They're not good enough, but they're pretty good. Holy shit. God damn. Huh. Oh my god, I have no gold. Ugh. For this, I wanted to hit the intelligence as dot multi. Rip. Max resource isn't terrible. Oh. I should just have that for a different piece of gear. Like, that should just be my current amulet. Jesus. Ah, this is gonna... I need gold, and it's gonna take too long. Doesn't it feel good to be able to say, but we could just use Blood the Scream? Yeah. Thank you very much, Toaster. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I'm checking something out. No, it's not very helpful to you all, but it is the truth. Okay. Sorry about that. I know I just went like silent just for a bit. I had to review something. But also, we are going to have to leave for dinner soon because we're going out for dinner for my birthday. So, I'm going to end stream. I wanted to get through testing all this and actually put together the build. And then I realized I have dick all for fucking gold. It's going to take all that just to like fix just this amulet. So, I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to farm this up and start up again on Monday. Yeah, and farther than your rolling barb? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah. Blazing Scream kicks ass. It is not C tier for Warlock, it's just the other classes exist. So, sadly, as long as we have to be compared against the totality of the meta, everybody who isn't the meta will always look bad, and then people will have misunderstandings about relative power. Yo, thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that. And Yura, thank you very much for the follow. All right, let's go raid you beauties over to somebody who will entertain you for the rest of tonight. I'm going to go be social and have friends. Pretty fucking stoked, I'm not gonna lie to you. Mark Riviere is playing Go? What? What is this world that we live in? That's crazy. We'll go hang out with Woody. Yo, thank you very much, my name. Thank you, Yura. Thank you, Vinny. Happy birthday to everybody. Let's go raid Voody Joe. And then when we come back on Monday, we will get this build operational and see how it's doing. All right, y'all. I love you very much. That's going to do it for me. Join a union. Get involved in your local community. Fuck the government. Remember that the working class is a singular body of individuals that need to reclaim their collective bargaining power, and that they would seek to disempower us as often as they possibly can because they're afraid of us. There's a reason why they don't want us to have power, and we should really reflect on that. Hope that you all make good decisions, treat yourselves well this weekend, get some rest. If you're working the whole time, fucking crush it at work and come out looking glamorous. Glamorous? Glamorous. Come out looking glamorous as well. Come out looking like it didn't even fucking phase you. Treat yourselves well. I'll see you all again. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. All of that.